Howdy, y'all. Welcome back to Our Life Beginnings and Always. And hold on. Okay. Yeah, welcome back to Our Life Beginnings and Always. Today we will be finishing up the transition between step 3 to step 4 and starting step 4 of the game. And I've been looking forward to this all week, so I can't wait to get started. We left off at a really sweet moment. Finally it occurred that Cove confessed to us outside of the Chinese restaurant when both of our families came together to have a dinner. So he confessed, and now we're officially in a romantic relationship with each other. And yeah, we gonna come in. She hasn't come yet, but she will be coming. So I want to see how her reaction will be to that. So let's get started. Yeah, so we left off with trying to see if we're gonna call someone. We came back to the restaurant. We're gonna see if we can come back to we left the restaurant, we came back home. Now we can see if we can talk to someone. And I've been waiting for this too, because I want to talk to one of these two people. I want to talk to Jeremy, because Jeremy is my boy. I love Jeremy so much. So I want to talk to him. This might not be what I would actually do. Like, I was supposed to be playing this playthrough as if what would I do naturally in this situation? I probably wouldn't call Jeremy based on my personality and his personality together. I would probably be too nervous to call him or something like that. But I can't pass up this opportunity because I love Jeremy so much as a player. As a player on the outside of the game who's played both this and XOXO Droplet some other time. It had been a while since you got his number from Shiloh, but you never actually attempted to reach out again so far. I thought this might be a good moment to go for it. You had absolutely no idea how this conversation would go. The furious boy was very different to the resigned teenager you've spoken to this summer. You bit your lip, wondering what side of him you'd see this time. Your first call ended unanswered, but you had at least expected that much. Jeremy certainly ignored the unknown number. You redialed, waiting for him to pick up. After another extended dial tone sequence, the sound was finally replaced with a slow yawn. Hello? Hi, it's Pascal. What's up, Boca? Been sleeping well? Hello, I hope I'm not bothering you. I mean, I would say this. This is probably what I would say. But anything bothers him. Well, maybe nothing bothers him, but it's like he doesn't want people to talk to him, so let's just say hi, it's Pascal. Pascal, you're actually doing this? Haven't you suffered enough? There was none of the fury which he rained down in the past, only bewilderment. I'm not suffering at all. I'm a glutton for punishment. You're so dramatic. I just wanted to see how you were doing. You ignored his questions. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Sigh. Why is this happening? You knew that he knew what led to this call. You didn't have to explain, and he proved that shortly after with a real sigh. Whatever. Does Shiloh ever explain his lying self? Yeah. It worked out. Alright then. The conversation came to a halt. You joined him in silence. You asked him a question. I would probably talk. Probably try to break the silence. How's your best friend Pran doing? Is everything going okay for you? Were you up to anything interesting before I called? Yeah, how about this? Not really. I might have been asleep. You not sure? How you not sure if you been asleep? Alright. Cool, Jeremy. You laugh. You sighed. You shook your head. To your surprise, Jeremy popped up a question for you. Are you that bored? Are you that bored that you have to talk to me? Are you that bored? Or do you honestly have some kind of interest? I'm interested in you. I'm just bored. I want to say goodbye. I don't know. Who cares? I'm interested. You an interesting person. Then you heard another yawn coming down the line. Well, bye. Thanks for talking to me. Take care. You better stop asking why I talk to you now. And nothing else to ask. To add. Is this gonna hang up the call? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's probably, I wouldn't say goodbye, so I'm not one to say goodbye so quick. I was like, I don't want the call to end just with me not saying anything though. If the call's going to end, I want to say at least goodbye. But I'm not the one to initiate goodbyes. You expected the call to end there, even had your thumb hovering over the wait. You expected the call to end there, even had your thumb hovering over the button to finish the call. Jeremy's voice stopped you. I think it's weird we actually talk to each other again. It makes no sense, but it's not worth having a problem with. Bye. With that, he hung up. It had gone better than expected, and there was truth in what he said. Who would have thought that you reconnect with him like this? Life was full of surprises. You didn't have a problem with it either. There was still time left in the evening, so... Oh, okay, we can talk to Shiloh too. Okay, let's talk to Shiloh. You thought of Shiloh, both as a central figure in your early childhood and as a person you came to know since then, and brought up his number on your phone. He picked up within a few rings. Hi, Pascal! His voice was as peppy as ever. You wondered if everyone who called got such an excitable greeting. Hey, Shiloh.
This is so great.
To hear from you. I hope you're doing okay. He raised his voice at the end. I hope you're doing okay? He raised his voice at the end, turned the statement into a question. Everything's great. I'm okay. Just okay. Pretty tired. Yeah, I just wanted to see how you were doing. I miss ya. Oh, really? Do you mean that? Yeah, I just want to see how you were doing. Oh. I really appreciate you keeping in touch like this. You must be so busy now. Oh, before I forget, my mom says hi. She's still sad that she wasn't able to see the Woodlock family herself. Tell her I said hi back. You should come visit next sometime. You should both come back again. It's no big deal. These things happen. Okay. Tell her I said hi back. That's what I would say. You were touched. She remembered you. Yeah. You could hear the soft smile in his voice, even if you couldn't see it. She was mostly just happy I got to have a little reunion with you all, and that it went pretty well in the end. He laughed again, firmly closing the lid on that discussion. Anyway, you and your family and Cove are always welcome to come visit us here. That'd be fun. With everything that was going on, it was highly unlikely that you'd be able to accept the invitation. Charlotte knew that. He was probably just being nice, as he preferred to do. But as a thought, that would be amazing. I don't think that's such a great idea. We could meet that group of yours. No way, we might run into your group mates. Maybe. Sorry, I can't. We could meet that group of yours. You grin, imagining Shiloh with his posse of unfriendables. Oh my gosh, Shiloh. Great! Awesome! Let me know if you're ever in the area. His voice was upbeat, almost as if he'd been energized by the idea and your openness to it. Well, I shouldn't take up too much of your time. Thanks for reaching out, though. Bye. Shiloh chuckled briefly. Bye! You hung up, feeling pleased that you could simply talk to Shiloh like this. It was sweet to hear a little from his mom, even if the message was secondhand. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. You decided to send him a text to chat. You texted him to come over. You wanted to sneak out to his room. You were feeling tired, so you snuggled deeper into your bed. How about we just send a text to chat? Let's just have a little chat. Taking your phone from your bedside table, you laid on your back and held it above you, and you let out a defeated sigh as you locked your phone screen and let your arms fall back down. You must have fallen asleep. Suddenly, your phone buzzed in your hand, and you scrambled to check the message that had just come through. It was Cove. Yeah, what's going on? Not much. I'm trying to sleep. I'm texting you, that's what. Not much. What are you doing? You watched the little dots on your screen as he typed before his next message popped up on your screen. I'm just heading to bed. Good night. Can you keep texting me? Good night. You want to come over? I will. Good night. You typed out your reply before setting your phone down on the bedside table again and plugged it in the charger. Cocooning your blankets around yourself, you snuggled into your bed and still found yourself drifting off into a deep, restful sleep. Also, the next morning you woke slowly from a comfortable dream, finding yourself safe and warm and tucked in up in bed. With a small stretch, you open your eyes to the sun shining in through the window. After waking up a little more and getting ready, you headed downstairs to find your family all gathered around the kitchen area. Good morning. You greeted them all, receiving a chorus of good mornings back in return. You nodded in acknowledgement as you headed into the kitchen to find some breakfast. A knock on the front door caught your attention, and curiosity pulled you to follow several steps behind Mom as she went to answer it. Cope was waiting there with both of his parents. Yes. Morning.
Hello.
Surprised at the sight, Mom paused a moment, and then she pulled Kira into a big hug. Meanwhile, you approached the doorway and flashed a small smile at Cove. Kira, it's been too long. I know, time's been flying. Kira's gaze slid over to you. She waved. Pascal. Hey, welcome back. You wave, you smile, you hug her. She's like family, so I'll hug her. Immediately step forward with your arms outstretched. Kira grinned and hugged you tightly. A small squeak escaped your lips, and then a chuckle. When you stepped back, there was no missing the merriment sparkling in her eyes. It feels good to be missed, but I'm glad to be back and seeing everyone. Enough of standing around there, come on in. Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them into the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we'll be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kira, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe, instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated the idea happily. Excited, Kira clapped her hands together.
Yeah.
Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cole's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. He decided to bring a bottle of small. He also decided to bring the bottle of small batch lemonade Cove gave you. You were happy with what was being brought. Well, might as well bring the lemonade if we still have it. If it was me though, I probably would have been drunk that, but I guess we still have it. Today felt sufficiently special to bust it out. An hour later, both your family and Coles were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turned into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Pascal.
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda. See if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here. So, would your family mind? That'd be cool. I'll ask them. You were already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction your moms went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Ma looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kara, knowing that they had likely heard everything. Cliff? I don't know if it's just me. Or does it? Hold on. Is it just me? Because the voice and music are at the full speed. But my headphones, I got some new headphones, and these seem like the voice is not that loud. Okay, but maybe it's just my headphones. Cliff, Kara, what do you two think? The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave them a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Excitedly, your phone started ringing. Unexcitedly, your phone started ringing. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek. Oh, Derek. Hey, it's been a while. Oh my gosh, Derek, look at you. Look at you, Derek. Wait, how do I get rid of this thing? Wheel, there we go. Derek, you look so good. Oh my gosh. I don't know how it's supposed to sound now. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't hear his voice. Did he say something? No, he hadn't said anything. Okay, I'll just say something. Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the same exact amount of enthusiasm as a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah, I have. It's been amazing. There's been ups and downs. It's been memorable to say the least. I would have enjoyed them more if you'd been there. Yeah, I have. How about you? Awesome! You had to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You will be curious to know what Derek had been up to since last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've been slammed with stuff lately. College college applications, scholarship Honestly, I've been slammed with stuff lately. College applications, scholarship inquiries, what else is new? I bet you even more tone than the last time I saw ya, you joke. The only real struggle will be choosing which place you have to go. They'll all be desperate to have ya. I wish you nothing but good luck. Totally. You both sighed at the thought of everything coming up. And soon. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing all right. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turn your attention back to your surroundings. You smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out, and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Pascal. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. Oh, it was nice to see Derek again. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So, what did they say? They're gonna come. Cool, thanks for calling them.
No problem.
I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. Whoosh. Morning swiftly gave way to the afternoon, and a very recognizable face came walking down the shore. Baxter seemingly momentarily surprised to see you all there. He pleasantly approached with a wave.
Hello, folks.
Hello there. I didn't mean to intrude on the party. I was coming down to get some fresh air. Oh, you didn't intrude on anything. You're welcome to join us. We have plenty of towels and food and sunscreen. Yeah, you're one of the neighbors. Kick back and relax with us.
Thank you.
Well, I can't possibly say no to that. Thank you. Baxter's gaze moved over to you and Cove. He smiled. Pascal, Cove, long time no see. Hi. You waved from where you leisurely sat, and Cove nodded. It was then that Baxter noticed the faces he didn't immediately recognize from around the neighborhood. He turned up his charm even more for the introductions. Excuse me, I'm Baxter Ward. I'm sorry we haven't met before. Well, we're not typically from this area, just visiting. I'm Cove's mom. A few giggles escaped Lee as she watched Baxter carefully. When his attention turned to her now, she held out a hand. Hi, I'm Lee, Pascal, and Lee's cousin. Oops.
Hi.
Okay. Baxter shook it and then took a step back. His smile grew. I remember that. It's very nice to meet you both. After that, Baxter spent some time getting better acquainted with everyone, and Terry and Miranda arrived excitedly. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that all right?
Almost forgot. Miranda, okay. Could I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Mom looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Oh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We could even use stuff around the we can even use the stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What? Really? I want to make a necklace. I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. I could do that. Nice. Nice. It's too many people around, and my voice is like getting a little mixed up with too many people. Impromptu crafting is my kind of party. I'd like to join too, please. I play volleyball. I like to play volleyball actually. Looked at Ma, ready to jump into competitive mode. She looked thrilled to have you on board. Kira got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and then stretched her arms over her head. I'm up for a few rounds. Now that the plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Anyway.
Alright, sports stars, you're gonna have to pick your partners and then it's game on. Mr. Holden left the rest of you to deliberate and turned his attention to drawing a makeshift court in the sand.
Well,
She walked up to you and hooked her arm around yours. Of course, Ma. You laughed. I want to be on Pascal's team. Alright, it'll be Ma and me. They left Miranda to partner with Kira. She nodded firmly. Let's have fun. When Mr. Holden finished drawing the court, he went and fetched the volleyball from various other supplies you all brought there. Sounds like we have our teams all set, right?
yes.
Good, good. Now get to your sides. The four of you situated yourselves onto one side or the other of the court with your partner. Mr. Holden tossed the ball to Ma.
Do you mind?
Since this was all Nolani's idea, I think it's fair she gets to serve first. Thank you, Cliff. Woo, Ma, show who's boss. Go, Pascal, make them eat sand. You kicked a small heap of sand out of your way onto the simple court, making her laugh. You turned back towards Ma. Don't hold back. You're going down. Good luck, Ma. You quietly got serious. Good luck, Ma. Good luck to you too, but I don't think we're gonna need it. Ma flashed you a playful grin and punched a fist into the palm of her other hand. You were very amused at her show of confidence. With that, Ma got into position and delivered a practice first serve. The game began. In the battle over the volleyball, both teams scored points. There wasn't a set amount to reach the end thing, so it went back and forth for as long as everyone wanted to play. And the game went on for quite a while as everyone got into it, especially with the cheers and added commentary. Liz and Mr. Holden made the whole game better with their humor and wit. From a distance, the juror-making group would also cheer when they heard shouts coming from out of the court. On top of that, they would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. It wasn't until all of you were exhausted from running, spiking, and diving that a truce was called. You enjoyed every moment of it. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Cove was thrilled when you pulled out the drink you had been saving. It meant a lot to him that you wanted to save it. That was worth the teasing smiles your family gave. Oh my gosh. Occasionally, someone would head back to the houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old goldfish. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the warm sand. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
Doing? I'm doing real good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing between them. Ma leaned her head against yours and Ma started rubbing your back soothingly. None more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Pascal. You grew up even more than we ever could have hoped. Thank you. It's only thanks to you two. Your eyes started to tear up. I'm not sure I deserve any of that glowing praise. Thank you. You were touched by their words, and your voice came out in a whisper. Ma chuckled and lightly brushed a bit of your hair. That's not something you need to thank us for. But still, I wouldn't be here without either of you. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Glancing at Mom, you saw how teary-eyed she became. She sniffled. Oh. You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while, till Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. I should take a nap before I stream it. I woke up. Actually, no, I didn't. Well, I woke up early, but then I went back to sleep, and I ended up sleeping past my I slept too late to get ready for my class. And I've been itching to go back to sleep, but I've been stuck doing other stuff, so I haven't had a chance to take a nap. But now I'm yawning. I want to stay up so I can play this for several hours. Okay. We were talking and thinking of going to take a walk down the shore. And if you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Mom and smiled. That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back to the way he came on a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
We won't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both you and your moms held out a hand to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strode back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used a free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. This is a nice sunset. I keep doing that. Oops. This is a very pretty sunset. It's so nice. Together as a family, you followed behind the others hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. And this is also very pretty as well. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was final time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of the summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Tara and Miranda took turns compressing Cove into a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry I had to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could have helped clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here. Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we could do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held out a hand for a low high five. You obliged. Take care of yourselves, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. You waved too. Bye. Have a safe trip back. Happy about to see them. Have a safe trip. We will. Bye. Taking you by surprise, Tara jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. Left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bin. Pascal? Hey Cove, would you come here? Both your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and your parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling up into towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Baxter carefully placed what he had been carrying on the ground. Thank you so much for helping with that.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you. No, thank you for allowing me to join you today. You all shared with me. Helping carry back was the least I could do. Ma nodded, and the others started collecting their things from his pile. Baxter meanwhile stepped over to you and Cove. It really was a pleasure getting to know both of you this summer. His head tilted towards you and smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. You used your freer hand to shake his. You waved goodbye instead. You patted his shoulder. You side hugged him. You raised your hand for a high five. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. I think we did end up as good friends. I really enjoyed meeting you. It's good luck on your next summer at school. You didn't say anything. I really enjoyed meeting you.
Glad to hear it.
I enjoyed this vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared into the condo to return to his own things. His time with you and your family and friends was his time with you and your family and friends ended. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over to the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kara and Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Some belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off right? Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do. That's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Pascal. Night. You caught up with Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kara and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice to see you again, It's nice seeing you again already, Pascal. A teasing tone brought you a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it here on that coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resuscitate it all, resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kara opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. You accepted. Happily you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport with her, and you were grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kira had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I have fun too. Kira eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture. Every time I've gone to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really could have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kara moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Oh my gosh, everyone's saying goodbye like we never gonna see each other again. It's so sad. No, I don't like it. It's making me sad. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. And not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Pascal. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. I'm really glad that you're my neighbor. You're good people too. You hugged him. Goodbye, Mr. Holden. Let's give him a hug. Taken by surprise, you latched your arms around Mr. Holden. He let out a small squeak and went rigid. After a moment, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting to a full hug. You held on firmly. He deserves a hug. Thank you for being a good neighbor. As you let go, he sniffled, but when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he had asked to be his son's new friend. Oops.
See you.
Pascal. You smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried on into his house. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right. I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home, he went into the road. He leaned his body against the door frame, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, this is not... Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts. I'll just say bye. Bye. I'll see you soon. Your mouth put into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand, his thumb tread against your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was slightly asking. He met you halfway, and as you smiled into the kiss, it was soft with longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. We never told Kira about this. She might know already. He might have called her. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turned around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. Good night. You blew him a kiss. You waved. You ran back to hugging him goodbye. Good night. Night. You shouted across the way to one another. He moved one of his arms into a big wave so you couldn't miss it. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered into the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought into the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. Ma put her hand on her hips and turned to assess the room. Mom was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
Alright.
I suppose we could make an exception for this usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams of you-know-who. Lee ended that sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. Okay. I hope you have good dreams too. You hugged her back. You shook your head. You blushed. You laughed. Oh my gosh. Lee giggled at that. Her grin widened until it was going ear to ear. After a moment, her expression softened. She put a hand on your shoulder. Hey, after today, we all deserve good sleep. Yeah. Here's to us, Pascal. Tonight, tomorrow, forever. You smirked at that. Yeah, family forever. Thanks, Lee. You're really lucky. You nodded quietly. Yeah, family forever. Lee leaned in close to whisper in your ear. He didn't fail to catch the teasing look in her face. Exactly. There's no escape. That got a laugh out of you. You lightly pushed her shoulder. You stretched out her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing a room with Liz. She laughed at that and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking. Nighty-night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It's been nice to come back home. You nodded and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, baby brother. Good night, Liz. I love you too. Goodbye, the sister. You gave her a good night. You smiled back. I love you too. Let's stop walking and stare at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Moss started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? I want to relax. I want to finish getting cleaned up. I want to relax. Desperately, you needed some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you had went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Ma came over too, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug. All right. Do what you need to do. I love ya. When you were done hugging Mom pulled you into another hug. Her actions, basically handing you off to another, had you laughing jovially. So much. I love you too. Aww. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Oh, good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your mom's headed off towards the bedroom down the hall. You're about to turn to the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. Don't let the I messed it up. And don't let the bed bugs bite. I want to say beg buds. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Her Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest. All of your tight muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up planning on going to bed, but something out the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large window spanning the length of your back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. to hang out on the hill tonight? Something inside told you that it was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. Oh, hot. Oops. Okay, there we go. Hot. You went over to the front door and, stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the Papa Hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hill behind your house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he had gotten there first. You even had an advantage of living closer. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow, Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan the horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the show would out to sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and the earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the Papa Hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you've done on countless times since you first arrived, when you find him on this very same spot. Pascal had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we first met? I was just a kid you never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing you have very bright green hair. Cole bust out and genuinely laughed at your reply. I guess that's fair. It did kind of stand out. Sighing a bit, you continue to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again. Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person, was I annoying or mean or... I wanted to get to know you. I don't know what the feelings were at the time, but I thought you were cute right away. I thought you were special somehow. I just worried about you since you were sad. I don't know what to make of you at first. I don't really remember anymore. Okay, well, I said I was just interested in him at first, or indifferent to him. So this will make sense. Cove nodded, accepting your response. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. What did you think of me? It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, and then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. No matter what you were thinking, I doubt it was worse than what I had going in my mind. He raised an eyebrow at his vague words, wondering what it was that he meant. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it very well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then when I first saw you standing right here. I feel so bad that I just said I don't really know what to make. I didn't really know what to make of you. This is so sad. He remembers this whole thing. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, And then suddenly another kid popped out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me, and you stayed with me. He sighed, and then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. You let him continue. A little? Yeah, you were. It wasn't bad. You were dealing with a lot. Let him continue. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts at the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that. I mean, no, a lot of kids think that. Things didn't simply happen. That'd be weird according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow, right? He saw affirmation in you, wave of eyebrows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in the neighborhood with their own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so you could find me when I was lost. I kind of expected it to all vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again. I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. If I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. It's hard to believe it's been so long. I'm so glad I met you. Guess that makes me your dream come true. Mere words couldn't encompass that joy you felt. You smiled. I love this line, but I'm not as witted to come up with that naturally. Yeah. But a smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, and with Dad and Mom, it was a change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So, when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was the moment that I met the man I was going to be with. Oh, Cove! Cove! Oh my gosh. That's so sweet. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I lost, I didn't have any idea that he would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I never want to lose you. You're so wonderful. Thank you for all this. You could have replied to that. I can't reply to that. Like, I mean, all those other replies seem so... It's just like, they don't give. They don't give that same energy that Cove was giving to me. There's no words. I can't express how I feel in words. Then you hugged him. Then you gripped his shoulders. Then you ruffled his hair. Then you kissed him. Then you teared up. Then you grinned back at him. I'm gonna tear up too. Cove stroked your cheek, wiping away your tears with the pat of his thumb. Pascal, it's okay. This is your place to cry too. Thank you. I'm just happy.
Me too.
Cove sighed contently. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies. Which crown this hill? Hey, Pascal. I'm so grateful you always chose me. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. Guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. You could use your phone to check the time. You could still text your dad about what you're doing. You could still text your dad about what you're doing. I'm gonna message my moms. My moms might care, but I don't feel like telling them. You want to make sure you message your mom about what was going on. You quietly nodded.
I know.
Sure I could, but I'm not gonna. Are you gonna lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? Lucky guess, Cove. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down on the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. You stayed standing, you sat down, you sat on Cove's chest. You also laid on your back. You laid down and snuggled against him. Okay. This is, I'm so curious. I just want to see. I'm going to choose this one. I'm going to come back, but I'm just curious about this. You decided you'd rather not sit on the grass and that there was much better seat available, and sat squarely on Cole's chest. He instinctively tried to spring up, but didn't get far with you on top of him. His head flopped into the grass again, and a huff escaped him. Why are you doing this? You simply smiled down on him. Oh my gosh. Did we stay all night? That's crazy. Okay, wait. But I'm gonna do this though. You lowered yourself against Cove's side into the grass and wrapped your arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like it was just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but you didn't realize that the sun was peeking over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone. It was really late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected surprise particularly awed him. Two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Clifton propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. I'd rather stay a little longer. You couldn't resist the yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. You've done a lot of things. Oops. Okay. Like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. I know, you're right. Since when were you okay with things ending? Did it really have to end? Since when were you okay? That made him laugh again. It was a fair question. Since you made me feel better about it. And we can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. At that moment, you could have appreciated him being there more. You situated yourself to be comfortable. You leaned into Cove. You kissed him. Excuse me. Good night, Cove. Good morning, Cove. You're my favorite neighbor. He didn't say anything more. Good morning. He gave you a bent smile, went for the opposite sentiment.
Good night.
Good night. Two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by the open sky. It was not soft pillows or sheets underneath you, but a bed of earth and grass that you had taken last night. The day welcomed you with a shining sun, and a refreshing breeze, and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of your blades of grass leaving lines in your cheeks. Pascal? Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, Cole Holden. Oh, he's so... Oh my gosh. I cannot, hurry up. Okay, he's so pretty. Just like the poppies in the field. He made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off in his hand, and a flower in his hand. Good morning. Howdy, Gabriella. Welcome. Also, I hope you had a nice sleep. So yeah, he's just wonderful. He's all around wonderful. Yeah. So we opened the stream by talking to Shiloh and Jeremy on the phone for a little bit, and then we had a wonderful, very long day at the beach with basically everyone. Like the Holdens, even Kira came back, Tara Miranda came, our whole family with Liz and Lee and Baxter came. We even had a phone call with Derek at the beach. So we had a long day, and then we decided to spend the whole night out on the hill, and now we woke up. It's so cute. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. He looks so smug in these in this CG. He looks so smug. It's the exact same day, Cove. Pretty safe bet. We see each other nearly every day. Alright, good for you. I'm glad you're alright. You smiled at him. It's the exact same day. We were up until dawn. And then make it a new day just cause we went to sleep later than normal. Then I disagree. Cause to me it's not really the next day until you've been to bed and woken up. But fine. Then I'll just have to make sure I see you tomorrow. Again. Probably the day after that too. That way there's no argument. Cole turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's gonna be a nice day. We have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly into the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see what the future is going to look like again, but I think that's alright. You're way too sentimental. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have forgotten all about this. I think I'll mark another new start for me. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hills sprawling out before you and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and coves lay down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighborhood. Cove said nothing, but fixed you with a deliberate and meaningful look. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. We can always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. Right, I like that. It really is going to be another nice day. You're amazing. Yeah, we better do that. You're not getting out of it. We will always be together in one way or another. I might be able to manage that. Alright. Aww. He blinked slowly, his eyes still locked on you, but you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have filled it up. You're really irreplaceable, huh? Wait, did he always? Okay, he just kicked his leg up. Okay, I was like, was that always there? No, it's different. Cole beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he wore when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse the boy once more beneath his bright expression and matured features.
Come on.
He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Our parents probably aren't gonna come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call, and I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time. Wait, there's more out there for us than this time in this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that the family and friends were waiting at your end of the sprint. There were more memories to make after all. Life takes another step forward. And that is the end, but not really, because we have a wet DLC. But oh my gosh, I want to cry. I want to cry. This is so sad.
I wake up to the colors in the sky. The day is new, the sun is bright. Like a gentle breeze, I feel.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Like the entire time when we had everyone saying. So yeah, after we left the beach, everyone's saying their goodbyes to each other, and I'm like, oh, this is so sad. I don't want to say goodbye to all these people. I got to love everyone I met in this game. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad that we have at least one more, something else to look forward to. Because I'm not ready to end this game yet. I like the song though. It's giving. What's the song giving? Is it Steven Universe? Is that the impression I'm getting from this song? I don't know. It's like giving some type of new Disney cartoon. Is it Steven Universe? I don't know. But this song is kind of like nostalgic, new Disney Channel cartoons that have been coming out in like the past. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but this is what the song sounds like to me. Wait, is Steven Universe Disney or is that Cartoon Network? I don't know. Wait, I have to look it up. Wait, that might be Cartoon Network, not Disney. Oops. Okay, no, that's Cartoon Network. That's what I meant, Cartoon Network. Oh, there she is. That's the YouTuber that I often watch Ultimate Games from. Yeah, her name was right there in the supporters. Thank you for playing. in between. Okay. Well, I don't think there's anything else to change about me. Okay. Face shape, eye shape, rosy cheeks, glasses, earrings. Oh, I never added earrings to myself. Oops. Let's add some earrings, because I do have earrings. Okay. Love. We're in love. Ready. Yes. No. No customization. What initiative level would you like to have? Would you like Cove to have for step 4? Middle again. Right? I think that's nice. Middle. And so your days growing up in the love cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you moved out of your childhood home and made your own way into the world. You live alone, live with a pet, live with pets, live with Cove and his fish, live with Cove, his fish, and the pet you picked, live with Cove, his fish, and the pets you picked. Okay, let me think realistically about the situation. If I went to college, Cove, I think we have different careers right now. Will we be living together? I don't know if that would make sense in the story. Because I went to college. I'm assuming I'm still in college right now, and he's like doing other stuff that's not in school. So would I live with him? I don't know if that would make sense. Okay, I don't know how many years it's been since this time. Okay. I'll just say I live alone. And you worked at a fine company, had a business of your own, owned a business, a co-business with Cove, had multiple ways where earning income, still focus on pursuing education. I would say I'm still focused on pursuing education. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Cole's father still live on the same street as they had for all these years before. It was confident to you that there were still some things that remained in the old neighborhood. Despite the ever-changing reality in your adult life, your friends were still your friends, though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda. Aww, but she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Aww, that's so sweet. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss, you felt. He had become someone you considered a friend during those days. And then there's what became of your sad little boy you grew up with, Cole Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. But you hopefully will commit to each other even more someday. You didn't want your relationship to change from what it was. And the two of you got engaged. She was your fiance. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so let me save. I don't know if I choose this, will he propose? Or if I choose this, will he propose? Or if I choose this is the only way we can get the marriage going. Let me see. I want to see if he will propose if he does this. Luckily, things still worked out for the two of you, still live pretty close by. Unfortunately, you and Cole lived in locations far from each other. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supportive relationship with his family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming even more open than ever. Cole was a warm, inviting, and considerate man who took the lessons he learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cole eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interests. He went to college instead of marine biology. Okay, so he did go to college eventually. His ultimate goal was set on becoming a natural resource technician. He still volunteered with Orca as when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cole was also able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. That was something that had been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cole as always to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. Oh, that's wonderful for him. I still want to go and get an official diagnosis from a doctor. I haven't been diagnosed, but not psychiatrists, because that's a doctor, but some psychologists have suggested I might be neurodivergent in some way. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful you've grown up to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the path you chose. It was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like everything else on the trip. He went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious back seat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than ask your moms to pick you up. It had turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. You've been traveling for hours upon hours. The miles added up. You've been sitting and napping and checking that time ever so often. Yet, with your moms in mind, the long trip was worth it. For once, your moms had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for the anniversary. Yeah, I hope so too. I do hope so. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they had found this being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either of you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you had made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day and you sort of what she was doing anyways from osmosis. Today, you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe that you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. For real, that's me. That is me. It's like, wow, my parents, I don't live with them, you know? I stay with them when I'm not in the dorm at college, but besides that, it's like, wow, I'm really like starting to not live with my parents no more. But I'm like, ugh. When they start to like, you know, when I do go back there, they start to, you know, enforce their rules that they have. I'm like, oh my goodness gracious. I can't wait till I can get out so I can not deal with that no more. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hot stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. Your landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on the street, and you realized that the map program was taking you the way home that Mom preferred. You usually would have used the other side street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelled like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you notified everyone else that you'd made the trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked at your bag down near your feet. Tap, tap. You started at the sudden sound of tapping glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't really entirely sure, because you soon heard something else. The window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't alone in this car. The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turn your head to face the now open window. Oh my gosh, Cove! There he was, leaning his arms against the window, your beloved Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Oh my gosh, Cove. You look really handsome. Oh my, I love this shirt that you have. This shirt with the flowers, with the lilies and the roses. It's so beautiful. But yeah, I like the shirt, the jewelry, like with the earrings and the necklace and the bracelet. All has a really nice. I like it a lot. And the haircut. The haircut looks nice on you. Hey Pascal. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect to see you in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, you decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything. Oh, Cove. Cove! Me, that would be me. At the sound of his name, he busts out laughing and grinned winningly. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. This was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp, "Hey!" Oh my god, look at him! He is a grown man. Cove didn't seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. You smooched across the seats and kissed him on the lips. You leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. You covered his hands with yours. You flicked his nose. You did your best to hug him without knocking him down. You grinned at him. So where is he right now? Okay. He pushed half of his torso through the opening. He climbed through the window and pushed a hand down into the middle seat, propping his neck. Okay, so he's in the car right now. Okay. Well, with the reunion, it's only appropriate. He enthusiastically reciprocated. The arm holding him wobbled at your touch, and you could feel him smile under your smooch. He was clearly struggling to avoid falling down into the cushion. You pulled back just a little, just to get a better view of his face. I missed you too. I miss you even more than you miss me. Okay, now get out the window, you crazy person. You're so cute. I really should have expected this, you and your windows. I sighed happily. You sighed happily. I missed you too. Oh, look at the smile. Cole's smile turned awkward as his arms started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver.
Sorry.
I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cole shifted around some more and squirmed back to the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened the car door. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Okay, so let's see the full outfit. I thought the his shirt was more reddish, but now as I see it's golden brown. Oh my gosh, she's so tall. Cole stood in front of you and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited on the street. You jumped into his arms, you gave him a friendly push, you ruffled his hair, you held out your hand for a high five, you held out your hand for a fist bump, you waved shyly at him. But you put down your luggage first. You dropped your bags on the paved road and got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised at your action. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his feet and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. You were too tall for him to pick you up too far from the ground. Like I was like, yeah, like I'm pretty tall. Okay. That being said, he still gave his best effort. And he enjoyed the inch or so between you, and you enjoyed the inch or so between your toes and the pavement. With one last swing, he let you back down. You really were ecstatic to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that he was here in this town where you were together. Cole's schedule had let him come up earlier than you. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured a hotel room. It had been much too long since you had last seen Cole live in person. The distance between you meant that sometimes you didn't see each other for weeks, or even months at a time. After so many years of being around him almost every day, it was hard to adjust to. At least for now, I wasn't to worry. Oh! You idly shifted your luggage, then it struck you. You were a short one. You got out in such a hurry that it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Cole stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. Got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the back seat one last glance and then nodded. Cole shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped out of off the street to give the driver some room. Cole waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the street, drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing up to an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you, as a young adult, did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here, and now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cole's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. He had changed so much since you first met him, yet even with those changes, he was always recognizable. Can you still see it? Okay, you can still see it. It still has some presence. He was familiar like the sky was, and the way you knew to see. Every day they may appear different, but every day they may appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. Okay. It was the world, with help from Mr. Holton and his ill-thought $20 bill that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had chosen each other. Yet never let your interactions fade. You decide to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you will continue to keep Cove close into all the rest of your adult years. Cove was the partner you wanted for your life. You couldn't be more grateful to call him your boyfriend. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him for a while and smiled with his eyebrow. Yeah, like I'm really like monologuing internally. Cove's just standing here, not saying anything. Cove noticed you staring at him for a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned him with a soft expression. You let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mom's? Cove nodded and pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help you with any of that? Yeah, thank you. You can help with all of it. No, it's like carrying all my groceries in one go. No, the house is literally right there. No, you dropped them. Yeah, thank you. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation was resolved. The two of you strolled over to the Whitlock residence door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spot a doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remember that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you. It wasn't where you lived. Okay. Did they like make you give the key back to the house after you left? That's a little interesting. Cause well, maybe it's different. Because like my mama had a key to her mama's house when she was still alive. But maybe she just had a key to my nana's house because my nana was sick, so she needed to be able to like access her house easily. I was like, I don't think my father has a key to my grandma's house. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It remained the same, but the circumstances had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here, keyless. You heard muffled voices that shuffled around from his side. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you here. Well, well, well! Look at her. She has a lot more gray hair, and her hair is braided. Mom twisted her head back and gave you a shout down the hall. Lonnie, guess who's here? There was more distant noises. No doubt Ma getting up from whoever she was to come see. The high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Cole flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Mom finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. Oh, she's so look up. Oops. Wait. Okay. You look. This hairstyle and these clothes, it really fits you. It looks real nice. It fits you real nice. It is. Hello, Pascal. She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arm before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have to double the surprise today.
Yeah.
You snorted at your mom's greetings. They never changed. Cole bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he still had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mom's moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your mom's must have added since the last time you were here. Things are mostly the same, but there was some more decorations since you seen the house last. Mom may have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing the choices for the living space here, rather than a full-time occupant. Mom came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here. You know your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Also, I get a better look at. Oops. Get a better look at what she's wearing underneath. Is that like a buttoned-up pants skirt kind of thing going on? Let me see. I'll look it up. Buttoned up pants skirt. What? Well, you can't really call it a pants skirt. Interesting. Okay. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciate that your parents respect you as an adult, even if mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be a kiddo no matter how grown you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. You hugged your mom. Of course, that's the only option you can have, just hug them. You took another step forward and pulled mom and ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return. You could feel their love for you in their embrace. I'm happy to be here. I miss you both. It's so great to see ya. I wanted to surprise ya. I thought you deserved a little break after everything I put you through. You enjoyed the moment. I miss you. We missed you too, Pascal. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you've both been doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
No problem.
We're happy to help if there's anything we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around my shoulder, gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
We're just planning to eat at the Cypress, nothing fancy. Which is kind of a funny thing to say about a fancy party, about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone could make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We'll plan on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Pascal. Mom snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin. As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I was like, we want me to stay at this house? Aww, I want to stay here with y'all. I'm sorry, there's not space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in these old rooms since your Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela. You know what? My parents wanted to turn my room into an office. They said that. And I'm like, I'm only going away from college. I'm still gonna come back for the summer and the winter breaks. Like, I still need a place to stay. You all can't turn my room to a office right now. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room I'm gonna be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish, a roommate. It seemed nice. It was a double room. It was a room with a single king bed. I want my own bed. He claimed that his bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about your own. Your mom smiled relieved. Carol's already here, isn't she? She directed a question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh.
Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. You raised an eyebrow. Since you'd have figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I guess I should go do that now. I just wanted Pascal to be there too. You caught your eyes at the door and smiled. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous.
So nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted to his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Do you want to come over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until the late evening. You heard Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags into the living room, tucked into a corner where they would be in the way. Where they wouldn't be in the way, Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a special little pep in Cove's steps as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now. When it came to what you called his dad, you still stuck with the familiar classic Mr. Holden. You switched back to saying Cole's dad. You're on a first name basis with Cliff. I'd probably feel a little awkward calling him Cliff. Mr. Holden. At this point, you could imagine him calling anything else. Despite it being formal, that rolled off your tongue naturally. For his mom. He was on a first name basis with Kira. You called her mom 3 in a non-serious way. I'll say Kira. She always preferred that even when you were still a kid. Honestly, you couldn't imagine calling her anything else. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and swung it open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both know that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad is lucky that we aren't criminals. He brushed the comment aside and went right into his old home. Mr. Holden was there, standing in the kitchen and babysitting the pan on the stove. Look at him. He has his hair just like hanging down now. It seems like his hair is naturally golden, I think, based on his eyebrow color. But like he has no grays at all. It's like completely gold. Like, does he dye his hair at all, or is he just not gone gray yet? I know he's pretty young. Like, he had Cove pretty young, so he's probably like only like how old is he? Like, if Cove is probably about 20 something right now, and he had him when he was like 18, I think. Is that when he met Kira? So he's like in his late 30s, probably early 40s, something like that. So I guess he might not be going gray right now. I know, right? His hair is so nice. I want me some long hair. I can't wait for my hair to grow long. But my hair's really curly, so it takes a long time for curly hair to... Because it grows in a spiral, so it like grows in place. It doesn't just grow straight. So it's like takes a long time for the hair to grow out. But one day I will have beautiful, voluminous hair like Mr. Holden. His head turned at the sound of his footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy of overseeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware this level of happiness with Mr. Holden was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad! Cove! Mr. Holden graciously pushed while he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Mr. Holden soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I missed you. I missed you too. It was sweet. And teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Mr. Holden hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then it had to keep going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheeks turned pink, and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, but I was raised really well. His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled. Cole put an arm around him too and hugged him into a side hug. Oh, look at look at them. You observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Mr. Holden eventually turned his attention to you. Hi, Pascal. So great to see you. He pulled away from Cole and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. Hi, I'm Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden, it's so nice to see you. I missed you, Mr. Holden. You didn't say anything. So nice to see you. You waved, you offered him a high five, you gave his arm a pat, you hugged him, you smiled. He nodded and you watched the way the skin around Mr. Holden's eyes crinkled as he smiled back. It felt good to be home. I miss seeing your face around here. Thank you. Mr. Holden cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. Before we get carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kira's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended in a distinct knock. Kira, they're here! It was only seconds before he stood before the sound of a door being yanked open. Wait, it was only seconds before there was a sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time. Okay, I want to see how's Kira look. Okay, Kira. She looks similar to her step 3 appearance. But now she has instead of having like a braided back, she has like a small bun that's real cute. And I like this netted outfit. It's real cute. My baby! Next to you, Cole let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kira stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Cole went to her easily. You went in for the hug too. You opened your own arms up for a big hug. You raised your arms up to pass. You shook your head no. I will go in for the hug too. She pulled you tightly into her arms of Cove. You were squished but felt every bit of love Kira had held in her heart for you both. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a heavy sigh. After a moment, Kira let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful. And it's just what I like to see. And hi, Mom. Thank you. Thanks, Kira. You look great too, Kira. Welcome back, Kira. I miss you too, Kira. You don't say anything. You look great too. One day soon I'll let you into my secrets. Kira winked, and you had zero doubts that she had precious knowledge to look in your best. She was stunning every time you saw her, right? Right? I'd be honored. So what's new? How have you both been? Okay, we're gonna see. Oh, I love these dark blue jeans with the golden hem. The golden thread embroidery. It's nice. Kira gave a nod for Mr. Holden go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop. Still got my friends and family, of course. And the most exciting thing around here is who'll rent that one free condo. Incredible. Always knew you were such a snore. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, throwing out a few giggles from you. But the whole time, there was still a happy smile fixed on his face. For me, things have been good. I've got a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle and... Did she find like a boyfriend or something like that? Kira twirled a strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Oh, okay, Kira. Things have been going well with that guy from work, but it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. No, I have not played that yet. And also, I am doing well today. And Cove does look very handsome. He is so handsome. But no, I haven't played that yet. I think the DLC. So I saw the DLC that they have uncensored version, they have censored, and they have no like no no content like that at all in the DLC. You can choose that too. So I guess I could play it on YouTube when I get the chance. So I might do that after we finish like the main game. That's great. I'm really happy for you. I hope he gets the seal of approval when he does come around. He silently nodded as well. I'm really happy for you. You were honestly glad that things were going well for her. She was clearly grateful for your approval as well. So that's us. Do you two have any plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to a hotel room.
Great.
He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. Just seeing Cove like so tall on the screen, it's a lot to look at. He's so tall. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. Is this what people think of me when I walk around, me and my tall self? Do people just have to, oh my gosh, he's so tall. That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'll be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we got time. Code directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You were already thinking of. You were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea. I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so we won't be a third wheel. Someone's gotta keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his side like a little child. A small smirk tugged at Kira's mouth. She winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Mr. Holden waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly. Bye. We'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as he walked into the coming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. You felt Cove take your hand. You took his hand. You linked your arm around his. Can I have a piggyback ride? Do you want a piggyback ride? You walked by his side. Glancing at him, you saw the dust and the pink on his cheeks deepen. You intertwined your fingers with his and pressed into his shoulder. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, looking for the shopping district. Arriving, you wove past tourists who were taking in the sights for the very first time. Being a local was the badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as it could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it. There's a pretzel stand open today. Can we go get one? When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. Yeah, we can. You don't need to ask for my permission. Of course you can, but I don't want one though. You nodded happily. You don't need to ask. Does your heart want a pretzel? Yep, it does. For a moment, you both quietly laughed at that. You placed a hand over your own heart. Then I think you should follow it. You're gonna get the one that comes in a little frosting cup, aren't you? That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the stall. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a quick snack break. Coop was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and it was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. You joined him. In seconds, you found your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight into the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments like this. Being here at sunset in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we're able to come back for a visit. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cole's eye. Your mouth lifted to a pleased smile. I'm happy too. Of course, we would have ended up like this again sooner or later. This is a wonderful day. I guess it's not bad being back in the old neighborhood. He didn't say anything. Okay. The last rays of sunlight glittered on the water, mesmerizing you. You couldn't help but feel like this was exactly where you both belong right now. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood back straight up with a lopsided smile, and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. His prize? Oh, you knew without a single word, Cole found a new shell for your collection. Oh, it is? Oh, thank you for telling me that. I forgot to change my thumbnail. Oops. Let me change that right quick. Thank you so much. Oops. Okay, I think it should be fixed. Yes, it's fixed now. Thank you. As you wandered down the beach, Cole followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your little world. Eventually, the bubble popped when you realized it was your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. Curious, Cole's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cole scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he just had a funny thought. Dang, parents. Always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. You laugh. There's no escape from curfew as long as we're in this neighborhood. Parents are such a pain. Sucks we have to leave already. Don't act like a little kid. You shrugged. You think that after all this time they know that we'll always find a way back home. I think she knows. She's probably just excited to spend time with you. Think so? Yeah. If I was her, I'd be missing you too. And one last glance, you put your phone away again. Cole gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. Both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it wasn't exactly not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. "We're here!" Your moms was seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked on you and your light dusting of sand.
Hello.
"Welcome home!" Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
"That brings back memories." Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. "I hope we're not too late." "Nope, you're just in time. We said better start packing up. Liz will be waiting." Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you had put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. I can see that. If he was I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, I see that. I see that. I see that. "Can I help?" You struggled and directed him into your bags. With Cove, your moms, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed his trunk, and you thanked everyone for your assistance. "Of course, kiddo. Come along, Whitlock family. Let's get in the car." "That means you too, Cove. You know you're essentially family anyways." "Thanks." "Exactly. Well said, Pascal." Also, okay, I noticed that, like, I like the detail. Like, you can see that this car has a little bit of wear to the seat coverings compared to, like, you know, the car CG that we had in the, you know, new driver's car. It was nice and clean and pristine. Well, this one has some wear and tear to it, like it's been used for many years. Cole climbed up into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. When everyone was situated in a buckle, the engine started and Ma pulled out into the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove. Your mom's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. It's probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep. It mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you're near the airport, Mom put out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs of the correct pickup area and asked you to shout out if you saw your sister. "Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America."
All right.
"Tell her that we're right in front of the building with the blue windows." "She says she's outside, right by that yellow truck." "I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport." The back and forth continued while driving around the wide, circular airport road, while Mom attempted coordination between her and Liz's location. "Aha!" You leaned forward, peering out into the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put out her phone away with a cheer. "Mission accomplished, team!" Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hands, thrilled that both of the kids were back.
Good job.
"That's right." Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She propped her head into the car, a smile honoring despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was the same familiar smirk you had grown up with. Oh my god, look at Liz. I love that hairstyle. She is so pretty. Hello, children. I'm back. I missed you. You laugh. Liz! Welcome back. Rude. Oh, hell, grandparent doesn't have any kids. Liz! Pascal! He reached at her. You reached over her and hugged her. You poked her cheek. You took hold of her hand. You shook your head. Hug. You quickly unbuckled and then launched yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. So nice that you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk, and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Pascal. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Mom's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from the long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I'm not sitting in the middle. I've already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and Pascal Whitlock apart? Cove puffed up indignantly yet again at the classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice. I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figured that you could fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled the seatbelt and moved to the middle. Thanks, Cove. I guess I'll always have a bossy big sister. I'm sorry you're always in the middle, Cove. Some people just get their way. Good job. I wouldn't move in. You stay quiet. Always. It's the law. It's more like that Liz will never change. Exactly. Why would I need to? With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Mom began to pull out. Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Hopefully we finished the journey. This car's almost old as we are. And it's still just as good as you are. All this complaining definitely means Liz is back. What equivalent to this junker? Hey, I love this old car. You silently watched what was happening outside the window. Yep. So complains Pascal. Mom turned up the window, turned up the radio as Mom merged into the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat and enjoyed the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up despite it getting later and later in the night. She told Lee all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she made it to the actual tale of the travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted the conversation with her hilarious detail, as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually, your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you. Liz gave out a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and went off and waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep, and you turned the handle of your door. The door creaked open, and you craned your head in to take a look. You saw the two queen-size beds on the opposite sides of the room, further separated by a sleek nightstand. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. Can I have the one near the window? Sure, but I want the window bed. You just want to be close to the exit, don't you? You shrugged. Thanks. He gave you a winning smile and walked over to his new bed. He flopped onto it and seemed quite comfortable. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yeah, you picked out a nice one. It's passable, but I guess we'll manage. Thanks for handling this. I'd say it's nice. It's the same hotel I would have picked on my own. It makes sense you go for this one. Looks like your room at Kira's place. You nodded wordlessly in approval. Yeah, it looks real nice. Cove smiled like a big pleased puppy. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the rooms and amenities. Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered in the room. However, the fact was, you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You found the light switch near the door. The plastic was cool under the fingertip as you flicked it off. Cove crawled under his covers. From the lingering light, you could make out him shoving the bedspread off to the side and only keeping the sheet on top of him. You carefully made your own way into your own bed in the dark, and it made yourself comfortable. You had to really use some elbow grease on the tightly tucked sheets to make the bed enough to get under them. So he took off the bedspread. Only keeping the sheet. Does the bed spread refer to covers? Okay, yeah, it does. How could you take off the covers? So when I sleep, I have to have multiple layers of covers or comforters or something like that. Like I cannot sleep with just a sheet. Even with just a one thin cover, I cannot sleep with just that. It feels too. It's not enough. I need to be swaddled in warmth when I sleep, whether it's summer or winter. And it's kind of sad in the summer because I get hot, but then when I take it off, then I'm just like, ugh, it's not comfortable. You had to use some elbow grease on the tightly tucked sheets to make the bed. I'll make the bed enough to get underneath them. Eventually, you were as snug as a bug under the white sheets that smelled faintly of fresh laundry. You rolled to face Cove. He did the same. The two of you regarded each other in a low light. His smile was bashful as his eyes lingered over you, slowly taking you in. His happiness was sweet and soft. You smiled back. It was nice having Cove here with you. Good night, Pascal. Good night, Cove. Night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Sweet dreams. Still got your tongue playfully at him. Hey, Sue, do you know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves? That's such a random fact. Sweet dreams. Cole began to speak again. It was loud enough to hear, but quiet enough that you leaned forward on your mattress to make it out. I can't believe we're really here. You, Liz, and everyone else are gonna be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He held a hand down his face. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages and everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying in a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's. But yeah, it's so weird. It feels so natural to me. I don't even know how to feel. It's exciting. I just hope things go okay. You could even put anything into words. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm A yawn, forcing interruption to the statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, Pascal. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not have even been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way, whether you heard it or only thought you heard. The sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird. He comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. It was already morning the next time you opened your eyes. Despite waking up in an unfamiliar bed, you were feeling good. Your eyebrows pushed together in confusion while you sat up. The blanket pulled in your lap and suddenly the sound of water startled you. Yawning, you turned towards Cove's bed. He wasn't there. Glancing in the other direction, you spotted him brushing his teeth in the bathroom. He caught you shuffling out of the corner of his eye. Cove smirked with the toothbrush still between his teeth. He pivoted on his heels and gave you a little wave before needing to lean back over the sink to spit. Happy, you stretched your arms high over your head and then twisted the knot out of your back before getting out of bed. Cove finished up brushing quickly and leaned over the faucet to rinse his mouth out. By the time you had your feet on the floor, he was back in the main area of the hotel room. He took a seat on the end of the bed. Nice pajama shirt. Morning, Pascal. Good morning. You sleep well? You added a playful grin to the end of that. Cove scratched the back of his neck, humming.
Yeah.
I did. And nice pants, too. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too. This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everyone is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to and all the things we never did but wanted to. Oh yeah. Something about the way Cove worded that dug up a memory you hadn't thought about in a long time. The first time you met his dad and the money he offered you. How did that bring this up? Like, that was kind of random. Chewed at the inside of your cheek. It felt like a long time ago, but you knew it would still matter to Cove if you knew. You just weren't entirely sure what it would mean to him. You snuck a quick peek at Cove, but his stare was already glued to you. He raised a questioning eyebrow, leaving the rest up to you. Okay, I could tell him now, right? But it's like, I had this idea of waiting till when to tell him. I don't know if you know in the chat, Okapi Flower, if you can like wait to tell him and then tell him at the wedding. If you have the wedding DLC, you can tell him at the wedding. I thought that would be a funny idea, but or is this the last time you could tell him about the like robbery situation that his father tried to do when we were a child? Do you know? Okay. So I was trying to look it up also to see, just in case you didn't know, but apparently you can wait until the wedding DLC. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna wait. Confused, Cove slowly nodded. You waited another minute in vain, hoping that what was on your mind would tumble out, but you stayed silent. He shrugged. Okay. After that, you and Cove moved around each other. Yeah. I can't wait to see how that turns out. After that, you and Cole moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for today. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and the phone was sought after. You suddenly tossed Cole his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You handed Cole his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You slapped Cole's butt as he stepped past you. Oh my goodness gracious. Scandalous. You somehow lost a single sock, but Cole found it behind the headboard. You shook your head at Cole when he ran a hand through his hair instead of brushing it. This will be me. How did it end up there? You tell me. You're the one wearing it yesterday. Chuckling, Cole waved the balled up sock in your face. You snatched it out of his hand and stared at it incredulously. I don't have any idea how it got there.
Yes.
I guess another mystery. Another mystery for the ages. Yep. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb all of it during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you popped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. The second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes. Oh my gosh, Lee! Lee! You done dyed your hair pink! And you so fashionable. Oh my gosh. You got a patchwork vest and a nice hot buckled pink purse and ripped jeans with like a patch. I don't know how you describe it, but this is wow, Lee, okay. So fashionable. Pascal, you're here! And guess what? I'm here too! While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed she really found her own groove, for real, right? She was still the same loving person she had always been on the inside, but expressed herself in new ways. She looks nice in the pink hair. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. Though last you heard, she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into music industry. Oh my gosh, hopefully that works out well. I know the music industry can be rough. Lee! Hey, it's so nice to see you. You look great. Can I get some water next time you're gonna screech? You smile. Lee! Excited? You shouted just as loud as she did. Lee hugged you tightly, nearly knocking you off your feet. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eye. The grin on her face widened as she waved. Hi, Cove. Hey, it's nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Yes, okay, I've been waiting to see your outfit in full. This is a nice outfit, Elizabeth. You look real nice. I love the floral patterns on your shirt. I love the shoulder, like this no shoulder top blouse thing. It's nice. And the shorts are a nice touch. Your outfit in step 3 and step 3 and this one is one of my favorite outfits. Okay, Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the seam. I'm here too, in case you're wondering. I was wondering if you were there, somewhere. Nope, I wasn't, but thanks anyway. You merely shrugged. You shook your head. I wasn't, but thanks. Lee giggled and Liz's eyes narrowed at your remark. She seemed to stand up straighter and the demure smile on her face didn't move. It wouldn't kill you to say hello, you know. You neither, but I'm glad to see you too. The feeling's mutual. I know she does. She does. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheery as it ever was from many times you'd heard it over the years. Good morning, family. Your parents came out from the side of the hall together. Morning.
Well,
Now that everyone's here, I do have a little something to mention. Mom put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Ma's with matching affection. We're also having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary. Just the two of us. Please, she hooked her arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. You don't need to find a babysitter or anything. Yeah, have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. We can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. An afternoon open means that there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your two school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mom's party, but when or how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
We should call them. I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get plans made before she was even done speaking. Arching the eyebrow, she then directed the next spot at Lee. Would you want to come along? We missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past. Yeah. I'd love to. It'll be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. And whose fault is that? No fair. Lee's meant to go with me. Hope you both have fun. You nodded. Don't worry. Fun is my specialty. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun. Don't get into too much trouble. You shook your head and Liz winked. She then glanced back at her phone rapidly and typed a new text. Excellent. It's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to have the house full again. Today is going to be perfect.
yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happy with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, you could be as proud of your life as them. But Ma's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously. A shiver ran down your spine. Ma, oh my gosh, Ma, goodness. This is a very good time for This is a really good time of year for a marriage, don't you think so? With Snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Gove. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks burned red. There was no missing the meaning of Ma's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Your mind leapt to the plan you had been creating. You had been making moves in that direction. You wondered if Cove agreed with Ma's words. You were hopefully waiting for him to ask. Your mind leapt at those words. It was something you planned on, but it wasn't something you planned on, but maybe she was right. You realized recently you were happy with the relationship you had. You didn't want anything else now. But you stared straight ahead, trying to conceal the marriage thoughts spinning in your head. The last thing you wanted was to pressure him into acting before he was ready. You caught Cole shyly rubbing at the slight scar that was still visible on his arm. His stutter never quite reached full sentences, instead turned into silence. Cole's brain was shutting down. Ma has sympathy for him. You don't have to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. At that, Cole's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. If only two of you was here, you got the impression he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. All right, then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began sending them the plans to meet up with your friends. They were both able to come to see you. having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was going to be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meetup with your friends. Soon enough, everyone's out the door looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. Once outside of the neighborhood street, you looked to Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Terry and Randy were driving into town, while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to wherever is nearby. You laughed. You nodded along in agreement. No, we're reverting back to infancy. We never drive anyway. You shook your head. I don't drive, at least. Cole rolled his eyes, letting them on you amusedly. Fine, you're right. I do like walking. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cole a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was the one that used to have the little crepe stall. Remembering this delicious smell, you got lost in thought. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-size building a couple years ago now. Yeah, I've seen pictures. It was very cute. The parking lot was now just, well, an empty lot that cars could theoretically park in. Not many took the offer. Cole pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in a group chat to let them know that you made it. Someone must have answered already because Cole gave you a status update while staring at the screen. Randy texted, I can see you. Oh, Rick. The blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove turned around towards the source of the noise. One of the windows rolled down.
Hey, buddies.
Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that you got the pick of the lot. And they pulled to a stop right in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Look at her! Oh, I love her curls so much. The curls are so cute. Oops. So cute. She looks so cute. Hi, Cove. Hi, Pascal. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezed him to a tight hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with a majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat, with a large grin spreading across his face. Look at you, Terry! Oh my gosh, you're so cute too. So cute. When he let go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. You hugged him instead. You fist bumped him. You smacked his fist with a high five to make a turkey. You waved. You pressed forward, meeting Terry's knuckles with a light pop. He greeted you with a satisfied grin. Oh, look at us all together again. Felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach a town over. You were proud of him. He helped a lot of people in his line of work. Nice. Miranda took Cole's hand and one of yours and the other. Her eyes alight, she gave you both a gentle squeeze. I'm so happy to see you again. Hey Terry, hi Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop, selling crafted knickknacks she made. Same. It's so good to see you too. I missed you. It's been forever. You look so cute. You smile. You do look so cute. Aw, stop that. The pink in her cheeks deepened at your compliment. I mean it. You knew how full Miranda's plate had been for a while, but despite the busy schedule, she really did take the time to put together a fantastic look. Miranda released her hands. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. So, how have you been?
It's nice.
Everything's perfect. It's fantastic. Fantastic. I've been doing well. I'm okay. No comment. You shrugged. I've been doing well.
That's cool.
Miranda put her hands behind her back gently, leaning forward just a smidge. Of course, everybody already knew you'd be a success. What about you? I'm super. Tara saddled up next to Miranda with her arm around her shoulder. Sighing dreamily, Miranda looked up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's, and she let out a slight squeak. The sight put a amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they had started dating. The corner of your mouth curled playfully when you took in the warm welcomes all around. At times, it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. Yeah, I was just about to say that. They became a couple, we became a couple. Not that you were complaining about it. You thought it was an amazing thing. Cole then pulled out his phone and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion ever so often. He raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cole was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger.
So,
Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually, there's something I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Tara poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eye, silently asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I just want to see my friends. Cove, you're already doing that.
Well,
True, but I could be doing it even more. You, Tara, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past you 3 and heard the scrape of sound and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call, the warm voice shouting over. Is it Derek?
what's up, guys and gals?
Derek! Derek! Look at you, Derek! Oh my gosh! You're so athletic! Oh my gosh! Derek! Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. Oh my god, he's so cute! He's so cute. It's been too long. Even though it hasn't actually been that long, but long enough. Derek! Wow, I'm so glad you're here. Oh man, honk alert. You ran over and hugged him. You got onto his arm excitedly. You waved at him. Derek! You screeched his name and waved with both hands to welcome him. Bashful Derek scratched the back of his head. You're here! Here in the flesh.
I missed you.
He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey! He ran over to Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they had all met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Cole put himself next to Derek, happily clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hi, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents he was texting earlier, it was Derek the entire time. Derek's in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with the running scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So,
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled to Tara's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bud, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Tara brought you, Cole, back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until the promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street. I waved at your car. As you drove away, Tara tapped the horn for 2 honks, while Miranda stuck her hand out of the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing, as soon as the car turned around the other street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Always. Let's keep the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes.
Come on.
Let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the direction to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on to excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. Oh, nice outfit. Okay. But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. Oops. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you still have stuff here at your mom's place? No, Kobe, I didn't do that. But your mom's party, it's at the country club. And that's also where Liv took golf lessons. Not everyone is there in their Sunday best. It's in like the summer soirees where they were having a real party. We were going for a regular meal. Cope was befuddled by your explanation as you rolled his actions. He threw his arms up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How could you not dress nicely for a country club? I don't think Cypress is as special as you decided it is. You saw Ma. She went in formal clothes, and she was one of the guests of honor. You realize now that whenever you went to the country club on a normal day, it was just family time with just you, Liz, and your moms. Each time Cove came, there had been more exciting things going on. You never even had thought of that before, but his perspective suddenly made a lot more sense. His frown wobbled, and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled the cuff ends of his shirt. I mean, it's not too formal. It looks nice. It could be casual wear. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were... Ma? No way. She needed a whole lot more time than that. Well, it's okay. You look very nice. You are such a cutie. I love how much of an idiot you are. You struggled. No comment needed. Did I say struggled? You shrugged. No comment needed. You patted his arm encouragingly. Well, you look nice. That earned you a sheepish smile, even though he clearly wished that his look hadn't gotten any extra attention. Cole's eyes stole a glance at the hall, as if calculating that if he had time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than you had expected. Mr. Holden and Kira swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise that night, Ms. Holden was also in formal clothes. Yeah, I see. Cole's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time. Ms. Holden went to Kira's. The two men pointed at one another. See? He knows. Exactly, sport. Kira was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kira placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you are the one who raised him. Mr. Holden chuckled, his arm moving to scratch the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Cole's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid, in more ways than he even realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire country club, all gusted up. But at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for them. All the Whitlock family, as well as the honorary members, Cliff, Kira, and Cove, headed out at the same time to the Cypress. It was a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Once you all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling, your parents faced the group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Ma reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of us.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady here is the best thing that's ever happened. It's the best thing I've ever done. And there's no one else I would want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we also got a large and loving family through all of you. Around you heard people saying, "Aww," and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's Mr. ones, and the affection she had for her moms carried over to you. Aww, and we get a CG! Nice! Aww, look at them. I love that we get a CG in this moment. You return your attention towards the happy couple as they lean into a kiss, all smiling at the while. The table responded with cheers and clapping, shouts of "Happy anniversary" and other congratulations, continuing even after they broken apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. I know, right? They're the best. They're one of the best moms. They're some of the best moms. I mean, not one. Some of the best moms. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and dinner began in earnest. Both conversations and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunities to be together once more. Eventually, after the hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared and the events began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kira exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cole gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your mom was ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they mind taking it back to the neighborhood. He wanted to visit a little longer. Your moms had happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your moms swung by their hotels during the first trip home, while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the backseat of your mom's car, with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head rested on the window. It was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulders as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cole shook his head. No thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove. Let him do as he pleases, Lonnie. But you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled a finger. Her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised the role that, in truth, she never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you've grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out on the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had an answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. You know your destination long before you arrived on the dock. on the dock. No, arrived. Wait, you had known your destination long before you had arrived on the dock and utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but moon and stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sound of the footprints you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile and tucked his head down, and began to pull his fancy shirt off. He tugged it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of reach of the waves. Wait, he tugged it over his head, lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves. Okay. What are you doing? Then now beginning to show. Wait for me. You looked away embarrassed. You followed him into the water. You better not be going deeper into the water. I mean, you still have your pants on, like your regular pants on. What are you doing? I don't know when I'll have another chance to swim up this beach. Might as well take the chance while I'm here. Cole slipped his dress pants off. Oh, he took his pants off as well, okay. And tossed them back in the rough. Wait. Cole slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was down to just his polka dot boxer briefs. Oh my goodness gracious. Those are swim trunks, Cove. Sometimes you're really struck by the ways in which he was braver than his younger self. This is definitely one of those times. Blue and yellow polka dot briefs. Oh my gosh, Cove. He never, ever would have done this when you were both living on the street. But you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he spent all these years with. You took off your shirt so you could swim. You took off your dress that you can swim. You decided you didn't care if your clothes got wet. You thought it would be wild. You thought it was so wild that Cole was going to actually swim right now. For real. Cole waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. And I can't understand how he would do it in his drawers though. In his drawers, like that has to. I feel a little uncomfortable to be going into the water with just that on, and not proper swim trunks. I would have at least kept my pants on if I didn't have any replacement. You marveled as Cove turned around in the water, his exposed shoulders glistened under the moonlight from where the waves had splashed around him. Cove grinned and waved at you from the sea. You're gonna be in so much trouble with my mom's when we get back. Cove shrugged. He was enjoying this too much right now not to care. Yeah, oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to spare. You managed to turn just enough that your back took the brunt of the onslaught, but you were still wet now. You could water back at him from the shore. You ran away. You're a child. You got in the water to seek vengeance. Cove, I don't want to get wet. You ran. Cove swam closer, laughing. I'm sorry, I won't do that again. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully. The sun's shifted mood alarmed you, but those worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. I'm still not a merman. This world is cruel. You snickered. After a moment, Cove's mock sadness broke, and he joined in. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized that it was the old neighborhood. It was the old playground. Cole spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading to the park. Did you get your clothes back? Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. No, still no clothes. Cole gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed in only his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seats marveling at all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. Are we seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once, these have been a challenge for you, not a little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. You sat on the bars with him. You leaned against the bars. You stood in front of him. It was strange seeing an adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground, but you took your own place in the structure. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tips of his toes scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. You thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place you've grown up. But really, anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. It had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen, from a young age, to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood was shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip, with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight, had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all of this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it had appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out here for a party, and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. His gaze lingered on your face. And me and you too. But what else can you do except say it's okay? Because it's part of growing up. This place and these people, they're a foundation. It shaped who we are now, like making sandcastles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cole's voice was gentle as he spoke again. We had a great childhood, I think. I think so too. We were really lucky. I'll always remember our days here. Wow, you're sounding so old now, he joked. You simply shrugged. You silently nodded. He does. He does.
Seriously?
It's just how I feel. He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist, and you had a feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents who don't know anything get mad. You had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of young Jeremy, the boy you met at this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their power was extended over to Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cole was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late, and your moms was still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrod the same path, following the footsteps down to the shore you left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once Cove had scrounged up his abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home side by side. Oh, he's not gonna put them all at least. He's gonna take them in his hands. Walking to our house. What was I What is mom gonna think when they see her like this? Droplets of water slipped down from Cove and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As he was still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely that Cove was leaving quite a trail in his wake. But you've seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense, with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be invisible when the sun came up the next day. You hope so. You quite like the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again, even if only for a little while. Despite being out late, and in Cove's case, mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with family and friends. Your eyes drifted over to Cove Holden, your boyfriend. Seeing him brought a smile to your face. I always want to be with ya. Cove, you make me so happy. You're truly my other half. You said nothing, simply enjoying his presence. You enveloped him in a hug. You playfully bumped against him with your side. You nodded. You kissed him. You reached out for his hand. You nodded, pleased with how tonight played out. Cove gladly allowed you to take hold of his hand. Once your hands were entwined, he rubbed his thumb along yours in contented acknowledgement. You were full of joy. All other concerns from day-to-day stresses of normal life. All other concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to at least get some rest and bring it all to a close. And so, the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as clean yourself up as the best as you could. Your moms, both in pajamas, ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you came inside, disheveled and damp, and the teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Okay, so they laughed. They laughed at it. Cole stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag as he brought them. You gave Mom and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding. You got a playful lecture about not staying out so late in the future. You grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourselves to the hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time, and your lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought. This was almost over. You got settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone onto the bedside table, and you followed suit. You both started settling in for tonight. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rubbed the back of his neck and yawned. His voice was quiet and distant. Hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed at you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years, delightful, colorful things in huge aquariums. He apparently spent a lot of time watching them swim. His fish were the most important things to him, things that is placed to him. You had not been surprised when he told you that he had found someone to look after them in his absence. Cove's anxiety about leaving them had subsided. Over the vacation, you called him a few times, texting the pet sitter and asked about his fish. I'm also a little worried. It'll be okay. You were more tense than Cove. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you chose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. You squinted at your wrist as if looking for a watch. Yep, it's bedtime o'clock. Two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. No time at all, both of you were cold and ready to sleep. After that, you and Cove headed over to your opposite sides of the room to climb to your respective beds. You tucked yourself under the covers gladly, positioning your pillows to be just right, then shifted to peer over at Cove. He was facing your back, just like the night before. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby. Pascal. Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut. He let out a contented sigh. Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions. You were happy to be here, but sad it was ending. There was relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering if you could return here. There were many more feelings swirling around in your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice but also confused, but then also nice from confusion. Wait. Paradoxically, you felt nice but also confused, but then also nice from the confusion. Okay. In the back of your mind, you realized that you must be really tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion didn't give you much time to muse on your emotions, and what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. Okay, hold on, let me look at something real quick. Okay. You woke up on your own. The alarm you set woke you up. Cove was gently waking you. You could feel Cove's hand on your shoulder, shaking it. As you became aware of your surroundings, you could feel where the bed dipped from his other hand. You opened your eyes with a smile. Groggily, you struggled to keep your eyes half open. You pouted and squeezed your eyes shut. You lifted your head an inch and turned in the direction of the warmth on your shoulder. Morning. Rubbing the sleepy seeds away, you tried to focus on him. His mouth was pulled into an amused smile, and you felt the bed shift when Cove moved his hand, standing back. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and lashing your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side, while you swung your legs over the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove put a hand over his mouth, but you still caught the way his shoulders shook. He took a step back, giving you room to get up. Today will be your last day in Sunset Bud. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where that day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. I'm really looking forward to having my full wardrobe again. I don't have anything clean left, but oh well. Hey Cove, is there anything you'd like to see me in today? You simply started sorting through the pile for something to put on. Next several minutes passed in comfortable silence while you internally debated between two shirts. Alright, let's get going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cole swiftly finished getting ready in the smallest hotel room. Oops. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit Dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out of the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your boyfriend. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine. though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. It was a beautiful thing. You knew you had to propose before you left Sunset Bird once more. No, I want to see him do it. I'm still trying to wait. Let me just say it, just in case I don't get another chance. But I want him to do it. You wouldn't give up a single second of your time with Cove. Me and him there, you were looking forward to how today's chapter would unfold. Cole strode up to his old front door and casually flung it open, without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. You closed the door behind you both. Hello? You found Cliff and Kira in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Kira was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Cove's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their tasks. Good morning, you two. Yeah, morning. Hello to you. I hope you slept well.
Thanks.
For swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast. Here, if you haven't eaten You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here, if you haven't eaten already, of course. We haven't, though if we had, there's always room for more. Yeah, honestly. Even if I had eaten, I would have still eaten breakfast if I had the chance. Kira chuckled. She put the knife she had in her hand so all her attention could be on the son. You're still my giant growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kira didn't pay Cole's wide any attention. Instead, she put a finger up to her lip as she thought, her eyes on you and then glimpsing towards the window. I wonder, do you think your family's eaten yet, Pascal? I'm not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flickered over to the clock on the oven. Given the time, your mom may have eaten, or they could be having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. Well, give them a call. They should come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. Making them breakfast is the least we can do after how much food I ate at their house growing up.
Right.
True, bud, very true. Alright. You took out your phone. Even though your moms both had cells for years, the house number was the one you had memorized as a kid and the first entry on your contacts list. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and some familiar static.
Hello.
Hello, Pascal. It's nice to hear from you. Hey, Ma. Good morning. I'm across the street right now, and Cole's family wanted to invite everyone to breakfast. You want to come over? That sounds delightful. Pamela and I could do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. Would that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so that his voice could be picked up. It definitely would be. The more the merrier. We may have gone together for dinner last night, but there's no law that we can't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoy the company while you can, is what I think. Ma giggled, and you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you. I'll let them know when we were right over. Cliff gave a thumbs up, and Cole shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you that since you can't see him over the phone. Kira snorted, and Ma's laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched the thumbs up hand to instead scratch the back of his head.
See you.
Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel a smile from her voice. Bye, Ma. You entered the call with a satisfied tap of the red button. Cliff's eyes wandered around to the space. We better get cooking.
Sounds good.
I can help. Me too. No way, you're guests. Kara and I have got this. Isn't Kara a guest too? She grinned. There was something playful in the twist of her lips.
Right.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before. There's no choice but to accept it. Cove sighed, but from the sparkle in his eyes, you could see that he was entertained. Fine, guess we'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured at the couch. both took a seat in a comfortable spot to wait for food and family. Cove tilted towards his parents with his chin, then shook his head with a gentle smile, slightly asking if you could believe this. All you had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress and teasingly kept running commentary. Oh, Dad added another pinch of salt. I wonder if that was a good idea. Cove had to raise his voice to project over the living room. He sounded very amused. It's funny that you, of all people, are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in salt water. Besides, I'm sure you remember back when you were 12 and tried to make... Cove flushed slightly, but his smile remained as bright as ever. Do you really want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember a lot of things too. Like, what about the chowder that was supposed to be a pie? Ooh. Cove and his family were quite a show to listen to. You chimed in occasionally, but mostly you provided a laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. That's them, he said it loudly for his parents' benefit. You nodded and got up to greet your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly, there were no moms. Oh, Terry stood in front of with Miranda at his side. Derek waved from behind them. Hey, buddies, we came to see you two before you left. The plan would have been to go over to Pascal's house next if you weren't here. Luckily, you two weren't hard to find. What he said, and hi. Poe busted into happy laughter. His eyebrows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello! Kara's voice carried through the house from the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. You heard the sound of a cabinet open and shut, a pan clattered and a faucet turned on.
Are we interrupting something?
Not particularly. My parents, sister, and cousin are coming over for breakfast. They should be here in a few minutes. Yeah, but my dad always makes a ton of food anyway. There's no problem for you guys to join. Cove waved off the concerns before pausing with a thoughtful hum. The only real problem is, do we have enough places for all these people to sit? He peered back into the house and started counting the dining table, chairs, and bar stools. 5, 6. Cliff interrupted when Cove began to try using his fingers to connect the different chairs to different guests.
No worries.
We can squish some people can squish together on the sofas. It'll be fine. This really is gonna be a party. Well, I'll be happy to accept the invitation. You have to be crazy to skip out on this. Thank you for making room. We're really glad that you came. The three friends finally piled into the house. Before they had a chance to settle in, a doorbell rang. Only Miranda had sat down.
All right.
Now this has to be them. People laughed as he walked back over to the door and opened it up. He was right this time. It was your parents, Liz and Lee, all crowded on the front steps. They squinted into the house and they were surprised at just how many greetings were said. The sheer force of the chorus of hellos that was impressive. How did they beat us here? How early did Pascal call you? We were literally across the street. Tara snorted at your sister's confusion. He seemed quite pleased with himself. We were surprised. We called ourselves. Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings on his stovetop. It's a little more crowded than we expected, but we're making it work. Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside, and they took the chance to greet you along with everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together again. Yeah. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then, it was like Kara stood back up. She clapped her hands once in satisfying smack. I love when she says that. Any whoosies. So cute. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know that the food's done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to place placed a pile of silverware on the table. Then he dropped stuff on the other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food.
Okay.
The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and eat. And sit wherever you like. The guests happily formed a line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat at the whole living room area. Some at the table, some on the kitchen islands, some situated on the couches. Conversations trickled across the various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. Cole finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool. Just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course. There always be more reason to get the gang back together in the future. Yes. The two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your moms giggled at her teasing. Maz shook her head, chuckling softer now. Honestly, we might. You made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. We have to give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to be thankful for. There were more nods of agreement around the room. Your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. Well, think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll just tell Lottie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam!
Good.
Good job, Mom. Now with that settled, let's continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Okay, I need to go to the commode right quick. Trying to see how long I can hold it, but I can't hold it no more. So I'll be right back. Actually, you wanna know who else being here will make this extra perfect? I'm curious. As amazing as this was, you couldn't help but think of absent faces. In seconds, everyone curiously turned their attention to you. Shallow, Jeremy, Baxter. Oh, never mind. As much as I would love to say these two, everyone doesn't know these people. They know who Baxter is, right? Baxter, he was with us with our little celebration, in step 3 at the beach. Cole turned to you with a genuinely thoughtful look. He rubbed at his forearm while he composed his words. It'd be kind of interesting to see what Baxter would be like now. I think I wouldn't mind seeing him again, though it'd probably be awkward. Yeah, that's what I think too. I just want to know. Oh yeah, Baxter was that cool guy with the eyes, shirt, and fancy rental car, right? I liked him. He was pretty nice. Yes, he was iconic. Too bad he had mysteriously disappeared and never be heard from again. But maybe that makes him more of an icon. I'll just leave it right there. There was a playfulness in Kira's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think of it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kira's in complete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kira didn't hesitate. Let's look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? What? Mom, why would you say that? Practically all of those photos are of me. Please, Kara, I need to see them. Show us, we need to see these photos. And that's why. Embarrassing my baby boy is one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cole's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked in your direction. Thanks, Kara. You a real one. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up at the wave of proud affection for his son and completely mixed Kira's teasing intent. Oh, I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in pictures? Yeah. I am. Lee shot her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Tara and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. That sounds swell.
That's fantastic.
That would be lovely, Cliff.
I tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. I've seen them all before, but they never get old. I want to see them. You shrugged nonchalantly. You nodded. Poor Cove, everyone loves to pick on you. I want to see. It's been too long since I last saw little Cove. Mr. Holden met your gaze with a soft look that told you he was thinking the same thing. I bet this will be a goldmine of entertainment. Cove buried his face in his hands aside slowly. His shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay! Yes! They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room. Even you bounced up at your feet excitedly. Miss Odom flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face. The corner of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain that he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long, leaving the family album on the dining table. You and the rest of the party gathered around to take a peek. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! The first picture on the first page was a baby Cole with a cute little onesie. There were several coos and alls in the group, and Cliff's eyes were shining with tears as he sniffed. Oh my gosh, look at him. He's so cute. He's so chunky. He was such a chunky boy too. Oh my gosh. Cute. He's grown so much. Aw, he does look kind of puppet-like. Who was such a cute kid? That's my darling angel. Nice onesie. How precious. Even as a baby, you look unimpressed. You smile and joy the view, like for real though. His expression is like, oh my gosh. You see. Oh, how precious. At that, Cole's pouch twisted to a shy smile. Do you even realize that you were the cutest baby? People say about every baby. His answer was mumbled and accompanied by a roll of his eyes. Pressing your lips into a hard line, you firmly shook your head. I have eyes, and they have concluded that you were the most adorable baby. Cole lightly swatted your words away. Despite his attempts to deny your claims, there was a happy shine to his whole demeanor. After breakfast and the photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then for lunch, you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time seeing each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set. And there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mom's house, the home you have been raised in, the group was taking their time saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, and your friends. You knew that this was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you see each other again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again, anytime. Mom wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taking to visit. Snoring legs across her arms, she leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here. It was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kira clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. Yeah, okay. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah. Good luck with all the important grown things I'm sure you'll have to do once you're all out of here. Definitely. I'll give updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm glad Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too. You better. Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of you. Nothing will get past us. Right? And we'll make sure everything's okay. No need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's kind of you. Miranda and Tara gave each other pleased smiles, already committed to the self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It happens so often. But at least there will be people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folks a thumbs up.
You're great.
That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of and a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've matured beautifully. Cole was touched by his parents' words and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's good seeing It's good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. Goodbye. I'll see you again. I miss ya. This was fun. Thanks for being here. I'm glad we got to do this. See you again. And soon. Lee put her hands on her hips. Miranda and Tara gave you similar confident looks.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's gonna be a free weekend somewhere. I know it won't be with everyone, but some are better than none. A calm wave of tangles washed over you after seeing their reactions. You knew that it wouldn't have been too long before someone made the trek out for a short visit. Afterwards, there was more sniffling and hugs, lots of hugs. The people started trailing out into the street, seeing others off. Your friends and your family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized that the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cole decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cole very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and to go to bed. With one more round of good nights and goodbyes, your families returned to their condos. The only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily, while he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention with a tilt of his head. Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at that moment, you and your neighborhood you grew up in together with some time to spare. You rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cole's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now? Right. You wanna go to the poppy hill before we leave? Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cole crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. As you imagined, the hill was dotted with a glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held close in your mind. Cole sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, weaving them around the blades of grass and stars above. Cove cocked his head to the side before an expression twisted playfully when he met your eye. You're about to prod him about it, what was going on in his mind, when he took off running. I bet I'll catch one first. Oh, it's on. You laugh and watch him try to catch one instead. You cheer him on. You went chasing after the next firefly that caught your eye. Kicking up a bit of dirt and leaves, you bolted to the opposite direction after a few fireflies that captured your attention. The first one had flitted to your range and you dove for it. Did you get one? It escaped between your fingers, but it didn't dim a second of your fun. You shook your head, trying to find your next target. The next one. I can feel it. Unless you're feeling my future victory. Out of the corner of your eye, you watch Cove get spun nearly around, following one that was staying just out of reach. Chuckling, you crouched down low, searching the air. The pursuit of fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin, like a rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Caught between both his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corners of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well. The way the firefly would buzz around, tickling palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, being yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history and memories. It's a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head and landing right on his hand. You smirked. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. I do. Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, it didn't last very long. Yeah, the fireflies and my son. You remember we were talking about earlier how this Cove is the brightest light in my world. All these fireflies can't compare to the light that Cove is in my world. That's too bad. I'll remember them as a tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were really ever away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. And when both of our families took trips together. Remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fond reminiscence. You couldn't help but match his grin. I like that a lot, though I don't think we all could squish into the obby again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cole shook his head. Oops. His brow creased the longer he sat, with thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal they felt like back then. To be away from here without anyone else coming, for a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. Hey, what did you used to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? We were so innocent then, you nodded. I'm curious, what did you tell her? Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question. Both of his eyebrows raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kira's always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either. Mostly, I just tell her about the times that we hung out. And since you're obviously there when things happen, I didn't have to tell you too. That's true. But I would be really enthusiastic about it when I was telling her what happened, cause, you know, you were an important friend to me. The time we spent together was important. So I definitely would have been embarrassed if my mom told you any of that. I really appreciate that she kept it to herself. Oh, I think that's nice. All of it. Thanks. Thank you for telling me. After that, Cole became quiet, simply gazing into your face. The way the lights around sparkled in his eyes, reminding you of the moonlight reflected off the waves in the ocean. There was a depth to it that you could hardly grasp. A part of you felt compelled to speak, to do something, but you were entrenched. Cove held you completely in place, as much as the firefly. His next words came out as a whisper. I love fireflies. Every time I see them, it makes me happy. It makes me think of you. The lasting eye contact finally broke as Cove let his eyes shift towards the hill. Fireflies and you are linked together in my head so strongly because of all the time we spend together with them, and because they're kind of like the feelings I have for you on the inside, made real. Oh, soft, warm light that's fluttery and tingly and all around me. Aww. He faced you completely once more. His eyes were now glossy and even fuller with abundant affection. Oh, he caught one. Cove then opened up his hands, holding the firefly settled down towards you. He was wholeheartedly offering it to you. The significance of the gesture wasn't lost on you after you confessed what fireflies truly meant to him. Suddenly struck with emotions, the words cracked in Cove's throat. He smiled wryly and continued on.
I remember.
That night, the summer when I moved, where we all went to catch fireflies was one of the first truly, completely, purely happy moments in Sunset Bird. When I had good days back then, I was so sensitive I usually end up getting upset over something at some point. I'm guessing you can remember that. He chuckled softly at himself, and your mouth curved into a smile. Sure, Lizzie got kind of bossy near the end of the mini adventure, but that time it didn't matter. I wanted to run around and play with you and her and Shiloh too. I wanted to be there. It was amazing. Closed his eyes, sorting through all the emotions you were certain were swirling around inside him. You know, that night 30 years ago, the one after the Orca event where I snuck into your room with a firefly, I wanted to tell you what I said here.
Always like this.
About what fireflies meant, about the feelings that I have for you. But I didn't. I couldn't. Not directly, but at least it was implied. A bit. He shifted on his feet, Remembering his prior shyness brought out a sheepish countenance in Cove during the present. Then Cove's stuttering laughter burst out from his attention. I was able to do it though, eventually. I'm glad I did. I'm glad you gave me a chance and the time to take it, but his nervous giggles finally settled out as a more contemplative tone came to his voice. This time, I'm not gonna wait for another moment. There's more I want to say tonight. Uh-oh, y'all. I think it's happening. He has been speaking to you so familiarly. Goodness, I can't say that. Familiarly, so sweetly. But then his tone became hard. It was more serious than you had ever heard in your long history together. Pascal, I promised you I'd always be there whenever you wanted. I meant it then. I still mean it now. I mean it more than ever. Cove, you may not have said it directly, but you had gotten the message clearer than if you had shouted it from the rooftops, and Cove knew it. You beamed widely. You covered your mouth with a hand. Your breath caught in your throat. Your eyes began to water. You just began to bawl. You stared back stunned. Cove's legs shook despite talking straight. His entire body had gone rigid. He winced while trying to force his joints to actually move. Your feet remained locked in place, churning your own sea of emotions, giving Cove the time he needed. Ultimately, Cove graciously dropped down on both of his knees, with a muted thud. His head was hung low in embarrassment as he clung onto your pants to stop you from falling over completely. To stop from falling over entirely. Cove mumbled what you thought was an apology, though how he carried himself meant it was directed at the ground. You still couldn't move from that spot. Keeping a tight grip, he was able to awkwardly shift a leg lower so that he was being propped up on just one knee. There was a pause. And then he looked at you with eyes as blue and as wide as the sea, and just as wet. He released your clothes to instead put his hands over his heart. Pascal, in a small, fragile voice he spoke.
I love you.
I love you. You mean so much to me. I don't even know what life would be without you. Tears fell heavily, and the words dropped out as painfully. I'm sorry. Have I ever been able to handle a major romantic moment in our relationship well? You don't have to answer that. He laughed breathily. It was almost more of a wheeze. I've never made things easy, especially when growing up. It was so hard for me, so I made things hard for everybody else. We definitely got our ups and downs thanks to that, but at the end of it, we always just got closer. He continued to sniffle as he made a few false continuations of unintelligible stammering. Eventually, Cole found what he wanted to say next. Thank you for being my boyfriend. Thank you for putting up with me when I panic about stuff outside of my control. Thank you for playing hide and seek with me when I left to go on my own at the library. Thanks for sending letters when I had to go away to my mom's house. Thanks for being there for me when I ran away from home. Cole's eyelids squeezed shut in an attempt to stop himself from rambling further. You couldn't help but chuckle at how precious he was. You tried to hide your face bashfully. Your eyes began to tear up. You didn't know what to do with yourself. You had to stop yourself interrupting. You were so touched already, but you wanted him to finish. Cole's outpouring of gratitude culminated in a final piece of appreciation.
Thanks for waiting for me.
And thank you for being such an impatient person. Such a patient person. I know I've kept you waiting so long. He took a slow, controlled breath, and then, without stuttering or stopping, he said the words out loud.
Will you marry me?
Pascal Whitlock, will you marry me? I will. There's nothing I want more. Yes. I'll be happy to. Of course, finally. You bet I will. You nodded joyfully. Yes. I'd be so so shocked. Cove collapsed forward, catching himself with his hands before landing face first in the grass. Oh, the poppers around his face flooded from his grand sigh of relief. Oh my god. Thank you. He's so cute. Eyes filled with fresh tears, and he lifted his head back up to smile at you with all the love in the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know that's all I've been saying this whole time. I'm sorry, but just thank you for being here, for being the one I got to be with. Somehow, all you could think was that it was him, Cove Holden, the man you love and now the person you're gonna marry. I love you. No, thank you for everything. You never have to apologize for that. You're so wonderful. Don't worry, this is perfect. You nodded reassuringly. No, thank you, Cove. Thank you. Then you embraced him. You pulled him to a kiss. You got down into the grass and kissed him. He smiled from the bottom of your heart. You couldn't hold back any longer. Your fingertips skimmed over his cheeks for a second, all sweetness. Cove got the hint. He pulled you into him as close as he could get, desperate to feel you. Gladly you kissed your fiancé. He kissed you back lovingly, and you could feel the smile on his face. The place where you met, where you grew, where you fell in love, was now the place where you shared life together, where your shared life together truly began. Your eyes drifted closed to let yourself experience it. To anchor yourself in this moment and hold on for as long as possible. You, the both of you, never wanted to let go. You were certain of it. The rest of your days would be spent side by side. Is all you hoped for. When the swirling excitement of your new engagement relaxed back into more familiar style of gentle comfort, your relationship brought, Cove stood up. He lifted you along with him. Oh, and I do have a ring too, if you want that. It's just, sentimentality. The firefly felt better to me. You instantly laughed. That was exactly like him. You felt thrilled hearing he got you an engagement ring. You shook your head affectionately at his antics. None of that mattered to you, but you appreciated the consideration. Cove chuckled bashfully, picking a strand of grass from his pants. You were thrilled by the turn of events that unfolded here. Your dream had been for Cove to propose, and he never disappointed you. Suddenly, Cove's now wide eyes snapped to yours. How are we gonna tell people? We're leaving early in the morning and it's really late now. Should we try talking before we go? The two of you put your heads together to come up with some kind of decision for this predicament. Maybe we could try calling your mom's house phone? If they hear that, it'd mean that they really hadn't gone to bed yet. If they don't, they probably won't even know it rang. Calling their cell phones might wake them up. And I could do the same for Dad's house. Yeah, that could work. In sync, you and Cove dug out your cells and began to call the respective homes of your families. Cove stepped to the side as his father presumably picked up. You couldn't pay attention to his words for long as Mom asked your call next. What's up, residents? How can I help you? Hi, Mom. It's me. I wanted to see if you were awake without bothering you if you had gone to bed. Yeah? Who raised such a thoughtful person? I'm impressed. She could chuckle at her own comment while getting quieter. You could tell she was pulling her face away from the receiver. Lonnie, Pascal's on the phone. When she spoke again, it came out loud and clear. She's coming over. Oh, You twisted your head to the side after hearing Cole's exclamation and saw him tap on the screen to switch things to speaker mode. Say hi to Mom, Dad and Mom. Pascal's here and so are his moms, sort of. They're on the phone too. You quickly followed Cole's move and let your moms be on speaker. Hey, Whitlock family.
Good evening, ladies. Hello, it's nice to hear. Hello, it's nice to hear from you. Agreed. Even though it's unexpected. What's happening, kiddos? Well, the thing is, we,
The way that mom already knows what's happening. She's like, wait, hold that thought. Hold that thought. We need to get everybody on the phone. Everybody needs to be on the phone for this. She already knows what's happening. She's so perceptive.
Wait! I'm gonna call Liz. Pam, get your phone. You can call Lee. What? Huh? You don't have to do that. I won't to, sweetie. This is news they're gonna enjoy hearing, isn't it? I'm certain they won't mind. I mean...
Alright.
Hey, in that case, Kira and I can call your friends. I've got their numbers.
Seriously?
Of course. They've had to call me plenty of times to try reaching out. They've had to call me plenty of times to try reaching you whenever you misplaced your phone or forgot to change it.
Dad?
Oh, that's perfect. He's laughed nervously. He went rigid. An awkward smile crept on your face as you tried to absorb what was happening. Your parents got to work, leaving the old landlines on while they used their cell phones to call Lee, Liz, Miranda, and Tara's apartment and Derek respectively. Every call went through, and soon your whole main group was on the line, and they were expecting answers. There was no putting it off. I have an announcement. Well, Cole's got an announcement. You just look at the Cove expectantly. Oh my gosh. Should I say it or should I have put on Cove? Okay. Well, Cove has done a lot of talking, so let's talk this time.
I have an announcement. Cove and I are engaged.
I'm getting married. Cove proposed to me and I accepted. I am intending to take Cove James Holden's hand in matrimony. I'm sure you can guess. Cove and I are getting married. I'm intending to take James Holden's hand in matrimony. I want to say this. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm saying that. Cove nodded with a serious expression.
That's right. I'm gonna marry Pascal.
Cove reached over to take your hand as a physical sign of your union. Even though no one could see it, it made him feel better. The hill filled with cheers of congratulations. You heard Terry's distinctive whoop, and Mom started to joyfully whisper to each other. Away from the receiver, Lee squealed and Kira cooed. There was no confusion or need for pause. Everyone in your life was immediately on board with your plans. Cove turned his head and beamed at you, excitement in a smile. It was coupled with a fond squeeze to your hand. You grinned back at him.
I'm so glad.
I'm so proud of you, Cove. The two of you are going to be happy. I'm sure of it.
Dad.
Cole sniffled, eyes wide and emotional.
Yeah, I will be. The both of us will be.
Kira spoke up gently.
Thank you for being so wonderful to my baby. I'm lucky and grateful that you're going to be part of my life forever.
Well put, Kira. Pascal's the keeper for sure. Your family couldn't stay quiet for long and began to chime in.
I can't believe how grown up you are, but I couldn't be happy with how it all happened. Congratulations, Pascal. You're one of the smartest cookies there are. You're making an amazing life for yourself. This is totally amazing. You're seriously getting married. It's like we're real adults and all that. Yeah, it'd almost be hard to imagine my maybe brother's marrying a person. You know, if Cove wasn't such an obvious choice for as a husband for you.
Her tone turned abnormally gentle.
You're doing good. Thanks for the positive rating. You're welcome.
Lee giggled and your moms held some chuckles. Cove stood awkwardly, not entirely sure if he or Liz was being laughed at. Your three friends had stayed silent. You believed that they were intentionally giving your families a chance to have a moment. But once they said their pieces, it didn't take long for your friends to jump into the conversation excitedly.
Congratulations on the engagement. It's crazy how we're really at this point of our lives. Some days it feels like high school was just yesterday. But it's great. You both are definitely Sunset Bird's best couple.
Terry added on eagerly.
You're the inspiration. I'm stoked that you're going to be an official.
This is a big step, but I say you more than earned it with everything you've been through over the years. You both deserve to be with each other for the rest of your lives. Aw, everyone is so sweet. Cove had appeared weeper before, but this sealed it. He cried. Everyone's words had built up and coalesced in Cove's, shedding the happiest tears you'd ever seen.
Thank you.
These were people you cared dearly about, and they were happy, and they were so happy from your engagement. It was heartwarming.
Good luck, kiddos. You got a journey ahead of you.
Cliff agreed with a chuckle. They've known each other for 15 years already and still haven't gotten sick of each other yet. How hard could making it work for the rest of their lives be?
For the two of them, not difficult at all.
Thank you so much, everyone. I don't know what to say. Y'all better come around again for the actual wedding. I'm impressed Cove didn't run away even once during this big life change. Big life change. You're focused on taking it in the moment. It means a lot that you're all here for us. Cove nodded beside you with a vulture smile.
Of course. What else is family for?
But ultimately the night was growing late and the many phone calls all had to come to an end. After goodbyes were shared, you left with just one another again in the quiet space of the Papa Hill. I think that was nice. Me too. We have to go to the hotel now, huh? Yeah, I think I could do that. I'm not ready. Do we have to go? You nodded. You shook your head. You took one last look at everything around you, breathing in the summer air, the ocean salt. Tickled your nose. Take care of the hill for us, little fireflies. Aw. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful we could come home here and see how things are without us. It was nice. It really was. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same stars above trailing the way, your last night at Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world meeting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, the visions you constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch on to, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Good morning, Pascal. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Good morning. Wow, it's my dream come true, you said sarcastically. Oh, it's my dream come true, you cooed. What's got up your sleeve today? Please stop being a morning person. You groaned as grumpily as you could manage. Good morning. You echoed his words, assuming he checked the facts in spite of the very night-like situation surrounding you. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze obvious despite the dim space. You kissed him, you flicked his nose, you ruffled his hair, you pulled the covers to your head. Cove scrunched his eyes closed, nodding with laughter.
Would you have preferred me to wake you up by tapping on the window? Yes. No. Maybe. I would have preferred neither. You're so funny. No. Cole simply smirked, amused by his own wit.
Come on.
I mean, you really should have expected this was gonna happen. I did. I was waiting for it. I hoped you might have outgrown it. Fine, shame because you got me more than once. Good. Glad I didn't disappoint. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you ever gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might be still asleep, but if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to?
Okay. So yeah, I guess this is a good place to stop for right now. So probably come back maybe for our live stream for this playthrough. Taking one more look around the neighborhood and having our wedding with Cove. Oh my gosh. This game is really ended. Oh, it's so sad. But I'm so happy. So yeah. Where is it? Menu? Turn to the menu. Yeah. So that was sweet. I was really looking forward to a Cove proposal. Because yeah, when they gave the option to have you already be engaged with each other, I'm like, no, that's gonna take the fun out of the engagement. Like the proposal and the engagement announcement. So I wanted to have that in the game. And it was sweet. I really enjoyed going out to the hill again and seeing Cove and us have a moment and having that entire, proposal moment leading up to it. It was so sweet. Can't wait to see how the wedding turns out next stream. But yeah, Sunday, I should be able to stream Forest Drizzling Rain again on Sunday. And then Monday we Mamiya again. And then the rest of the week is the same, like how it is. Wednesday, Nameless. And then Friday again, Our Life. Probably for the last time for a little bit with the wedding. And then, So yeah, thank all y'all very kindly for coming. I hope y'all enjoyed that as much as I did. I